Welcome, everyone, to Blood and Iron, Dead Man's Hand, Session 49. Where we had left off, a number of things had happened amongst the coterie of the Dead Man's Hand. One, of particular note, was that Aaron ran into Cain as he was finished tearing to pieces the Nosferatu Fernando and the Banu Hakim Colette, members of a coterie that had ventured from Jackson to Dallas to make their new home, and then from Dallas to San Antonio to take the city for the Camarilla. Except that they came back empty-handed. As such, being shunned by most of the Dallas domain at this moment, became members of the Arlington domain, and thus Cain found them here. As coterie mates, Colette defended Fernando when Cain confronted him about the whereabouts of two Thin Bloods, Danny and Monty. But both fell to Cain's hand, torpid, bloodied in their own vitae, maybe even some pieces missing. Aaron confronted Cain upon realizing this, saving Colette from being taken by Cain, but Fernando was left to the fate that Cain decided. As such, Aaron took Colette back to his haven, locked her away in a safe place for the night and the morning, destroyed his own vehicle in his front lawn, and went to go to day sleep himself. Meanwhile, Alex had been speaking with Balthazar, her mentor in Mola, here in the Dallas domain. The exchanging of ideas, of concepts, of possibilities, of growth for the clan Tremere and for Alex herself, as she's been given an opportunity to become a next-level apprentice amongst the gentry of the Dallas domain. Which would mean pulling her away from her coterie duties and living primarily at the chantry itself, bound to books, to rigor, and nights upon nights of experiments. But that can wait briefly, as there are some things that she needs to talk to Aaron about, I'm sure. And Aaron, I'm sure there's things to talk to Alex about. So, I would like the two of you to make your rouse checks. Alex, getting up this evening has been taking a little bit of a toll on you. You're a little hungrier upon waking, putting forth the effort into your body to get it to move and animate as smoothly as the living. That takes a bit out of you tonight. Where Aaron, thankfully, you're not any hungrier than you were last night, given how closely you skirted your butt at the door as the sun came up. quickly diving into your safe space for your daytime nap. So, Alex, you have found yourself in front of Aaron's Haven, a place that you have recently started to call a sleeping space, as there are plenty of things to learn regarding the information that you found in Aaron's magically guarded safe, in a sense. And, well, Aaron's a fun guy. So you come knocking on his door. Anything you would like to do before then?
When she shows up on his doorstep, first thing that she notes is the crumpled mass of metal tucked away.
Ah, yes.
Resembles vaguely Aaron's truck.
Vaguely, at this moment, as it looks like it has been pulverized by a trash compactor.
And there is no sign of his fully recognizable truck anywhere.
It looks as if it's probably got smushed at a junkyard and got delivered back on his door. Maybe that's what happened. A calling card somehow?
She is careful as she opens the front door to the church, knowing how Aaron sets his traps at this point. She's been here so many times in the past that she knows. Anybody awake?
I'm down in the basement, looking over the situation. Most of the time that I've been awake thus far, I've just kind of been fumbling around with the stake, trying to figure out what my next move is. I bring her back, get her back up and running. There's a possibility that might come down on me. Our kind don't exactly have the best sensibilities when we're put down for any reason. The other concern is, well, I'm outright pissed. I'm still damn pissed off about everything that happened last night, but there ain't really much I can do about it because both of us were working on the technicality. When I finally hear Alex, it jogs me out of the spiraling mindset I got going on there. I'll slowly bring myself up to my feet, head on up to greet her. Evening, Alex.
Evening. Everything okay?
And Aaron just looks at the stake in his hand and he's like, puts it in his back pocket. Yeah. Can I need to show you something. Mind coming downstairs with me?
Of course.
You ain't squeamish, are you?
Aaron.
Alright. You ain't hungry, are you?
Peckish. beyond the point, why?
Well, I don't really know what else to say other than, it's Kane's doing.
And the crumpled mass of metal at the front that used to be your truck.
Oh, that was me. That was.
I have.
I was a little
questions.
mad. Yeah. Let's just. After you.
She makes her way down the stairs.
And, when you arrive down into the basement of the church, you see this crumbled mass of writhed flesh, essentially, that is Colette. Just kind of soaking out on the bedding that you had established down there for yourself. And Aaron's just awkwardly rubbing the back of his head like, well, I wanted to ask first whether or not I could use it, but...
Who is it?
Fuck if I know.
Alex is going to step up. Are there any identifying things on her? Because Alex knows Colette.
Recognizable hair. The one eye that's left is recognizable. Looks like she was wearing similar clothes that you have seen her in before. So it's safe to guess it's Colette.
Colette Previa.
Long story short, I went out to try and triangulate where Mr. Tenebris was out prowling around and found him biting off more than he should have. So he apparently made a mess of things. Miss Colette here and believe a Nosferatu.
Nosferatu did say who it was.
Did he?
Yeah, Fernando.
Oh, Fernando.
Shit.
I heard a bit of the back and forth about what's been going on between them, and I'm not going to step in between that feud, but I wasn't going to let him take this here lady. She ain't involved. At the same time, a certain mind of mine that says, Fernando might not make it out.
It's very likely that he won't. Kane did this to Colette.
He did.
Still doesn't know how to show any sort of restraint or remorse.
No, it doesn't seem the type. He was saying it was some official scourge business, but he himself ain't no scourge. Apprenticeship ain't quite the same.
If anything, it's likely revenge.
That's what I was thinking.
Recently, there were a pair of Thin Bloods that were murdered. I bore witness to the aftermath. Those two Thin Bloods were favored by Kane. And Fernando, from what I witnessed, was the one that did the deed. I told Shriek. Shriek did what Shriek does. And when Dorian came asking questions the other night, well, it seems he had more information than I thought. This is going to be a messy predicament.
I sure as hell think so too. I'm thinking I'm gonna have to bring it up to the Hound.
I'm thinking so too.
There's a possibility. Go right ahead.
I was going to say, but first, I think we should get our witness in a talking mood.
Right.
But what were you going to say?
What's that? Rite of destruction or whatever. I'm not sure what the technicalities are. But I'm thinking maybe one of the traditions here might benefit us in this circumstance. I don't know. I don't really know what to think.
I think you might be right. After all, it does no good for a Scourge apprentice to simply be going out and taking those who are under protection of the Ivory Tower. Doesn't look good. Tensions are already high enough within this domain. And the last thing that we need is an uprising.
Well, let's go ahead and get this done. Aaron's gonna pull out the stake from his back pocket. Just hold it out to Alex.
Alex is going to very gingerly take it. You know, I feel like ropes and chains might be better.
Alright, I can look around. And I guess Aaron is gonna go upstairs and pull some ropes and things like that, little different parts from his traps, deconstruct them a bit in order to get the necessary tools, bring them back down, and tie Colette up with them.
Okay.
You were very quick to find those things.
Easily enough.
Add them around. Still, hold on to that there piece.
I will.
Alright. Aaron's going to, now with the Colette propped against the wall, tied up, he's going to just take a dagger, slice open his wrist.
She's going to stop him. Hold on. You're considering feeding her your blood?
I hate to do it particularly this way, but
You will bloodbind her.
Now, my question is, do you think you can find the necessary amount? Your little sippy bags there to do an efficient amount? Bring her back up and running? If I leave her the hell alone for a month, she gonna be fine.
Will she be able to leave you alone?
Well, she can beg all she wants, but she ain't getting anything after this.
Another thought. And this is a secret that I do not share lightly. I cannot blood bind others.
Oh.
I can be bound, but I cannot bind others.
Yeah. Really?
Yes.
Huh.
So, if I can give her a little of mine, it should be at least enough to get her conscious.
All right then. I'll help you get dinner.
I would appreciate it. She holds her hand out for the knife.
Erin hands it over, exchanging the steak.
You can already see that her bound hands are starting to quiver a little bit.
And Alex is going to cut herself open, and she's going to very carefully aim that over Colette's mouth without letting her touch. And she's going to give her a dot.
So, is Colette laying down or is she sitting up in this scene? Because I lost track of.
Well, Erin sat her up, and then I'm assuming Alex just like, right?
Well, she's tied up, so I don't know.
Yeah, she's tied up. There's not a lot of, like, we're probably just, like, maneuvering her about.
I'm betting the way that I imagine it would be she would be bound down to the bed. Because that would stop any major movement.
Fair enough.
Okay.
I can get with that.
We can work with that. Bound to the bed. And as soon as that blood touches her lips, you see as if, not necessarily that there's a light in her eyes that sparks, because it isn't Colette that wakes, it's the beast. It's almost as if pupils narrow to pinpoints, and as soon as that very long, sort of thick, syrupy drip of Vitate leaves your wrist, and you quickly cut it off, and it hurts her tongue. It's like she's awakened, and she's thrashing against her binds to try and get to you, Alex, but thankfully the binds that Erin has made in this situation are keeping her bound. She isn't able to attack you. She isn't able to get to you. But she doesn't really exit frenzy. She's still thrashing. Yeah. As if some rabid dog chained and biting against its restraints.
Alex is going to turn and she's going to head up the stairs. Because that was as much as she could possibly give her at this point.
Aaron's gonna go ahead and follow along because probably he's just gonna leave that alone for the time being. It'll sort itself out for a second.
Okay. I'm gonna roll her another frenzy check, because she's rather low on willpower at the moment. Oh, well. Looks like she's gonna pop out of it.
Oh, yay, good for her.
You
No trigger, no problem.
You hear that the thrashing stops eventually.
It is not a good idea for me to go down there right now.
I got you. I'll handle it. Aaron puts the stake back into his back pocket. He's gonna walk back downstairs. See Colette bound to the bed and see her calm.
And you also see that some of her wounds over the course of this time have also kind of mended.
Well, back from the dead, I see.
If you can call it that.
Feeling a little bit more like yourself?
It was improper of me, I apologize.
No apologies to be had in this situation. Rather you thrashing about in the basement than, well, pile of dust. Mr. Tenebris intended to leave you. Erin's gonna go ahead and undo some of her bindings, let her have a little bit of freedom to move around.
Mr. Winters, to what do I owe you for putting your neck between mine and Mr. Tenebris?
Well, I'd like to know a little bit about what happened. Rather than a little bit, I'd like to know everything that happened. Not just the parts. You got in a bit of a fight with Mr. Tenebris. I'm talking about what's going on with Fernando, too.
I will tell you what I know. But I know very little, as yes, we are co-roommates, but Fernando has been doing things a lot more rashly lately than either of us would have liked. To start, with the inability for most to feed lately, it has become more and more dangerous, and possibly more reckless, for Fernando to feed as he usually does. I have many times offered to render my aid. However, he has He has a very deep-rooted pride in him that he does not want assistance. And so, he ventured forth to go and feed one night. He came back, said he had fed, spoke nothing more of it. I had done similarly myself, and we left it at that. Next thing I know, last night, Mr. Tenebris comes to our little apartment, accusing Fernando of having killed Thinbloods. When Fernando denied it, I backed him up. But that wasn't enough. Kane took a swing at Fernando, and I took a swing back. The two of us put up a fight against him. However, he felled both of us. And here I am now.
Yeah, here you are now.
I did hear when both of you were talking just now.
So we're all on the same page. That's good.
I'm still not sure if what Mr. Tenebris said about the death of Thinbloods was true, was done by Fernando. I have known Fernando for many, many years. Never has he done such a thing. There are always firsts. And these are desperate times. But I couldn't even imagine.
Certainly
Kyle
easy. Yeah. I ain't seen much other than that moment. Having to scare Mr. Tenebris off, that's all I can really attest to.
You said it was Mr. Resner who snitched on Fernando.
Well, I don't actually know what it was.
You said so.
I didn't say shit. Mr. Tenebris had me, or correction, Mr. Resner had me searching for Mr. Tenebris. Keeping an eye on him. That's how I found you. There's been rumors going back and forth between, at least half this domain at this point about those Thinbloods dying. This is the first I'm hearing about it happening to be Fernando.
Maybe I'm mistaken in what I overheard just now. Perhaps it was the hunger.
Whether or not Mr. Resner snitched, I don't know. Point is, we do know what happened. That's that Fernando was taken off either to be holed up or dusted, potentially eaten himself. None of those scenarios quite sit right with me. There is a due law that needs to be addressed. And I'm highly doubting that any of the higher-ups actually gave any sort of consent in that matter.
But would they turn their back and simply overlook it, given what we are?
I'm sure there are folks who would. But that's why you take it to the folks who won't. Because there's always going to be someone that has to set a precedent. And you got folks turning their backs on the basic laws of the land. That's how you get anarch turf. That's how you get problems. And that's how you prove that those who were in charge of that land were incompetent in their duty.
Is that wise?
What's wise? What's wise in this situation is a testament to your... Hell, I don't know if it's necessarily innocence, but victimhood in the circumstance.
But if Fernando did indeed kill those Thin Bloods, perhaps they will use it as an excuse to look the other way.
Well, it depends.
And another of my Kodara mates will be dead.
Well, it depends. Are Thin Bloods considered part of this court?
I suppose that's for you to determine, isn't it? What is between what is right and what is real?
Yeah. It ain't up to me. That's up to the prince.
If it were up to Prince Warsi, Thin Bloods would be eradicated.
But not Fernando.
Fernando would be seen as having gotten rid of a problem, a minor problem, in a very complicated area of the domain. Mr. Tenebris would have no footing on which to stand in that case. But what about you? And your sense of justice?
My sense of justice is I can't control what's already happened.
That is not
But
what I
what is-
asked.
Let me finish. But what has happened is that I took responsibility of you getting you the fuck out of that situation. The job ain't done. And I don't stop till the job is done.
And that's
So we
any
got
job.
enough- One more time, I didn't hear it.
And that's any job. Even one that you don't feel is the right course. Would you ride that conviction to hell?
You gonna ride my ass straight into hell yourself? Look, Miss Colette. We can keep talking philosophy. You can let me help you out.
Don't get me wrong, I will do as you request of me. Until such a time that Cain Tenebris no longer exists. But I want to make sure that I am following you on the correct path. My own sense of judgment would have me say that Thin Bloods, the human in me, would say that Thin Bloods are members of our society and should be protected as such. Thus, if it is true that Fernando killed them, he would be serving his own justice. But I cannot be fully convinced unless there is proof. Or witness testimony.
Our only witness testimony right now is upstairs, waiting for me to take her out on a dinner date. So
which do you believe?
I believe what I can prove.
I wasn't meaning that. Towards the Thin Bloods. Do you side with our prince? Or do you believe like I do? If you do not have an answer now, I don't expect you'll have an answer soon.
No, I do have an answer. They're folk too. And people. As much as you and I, or any human will ever meet. And got us all there trying to defend themselves. That's where I stand on it.
That's where I imagine most of your coterie stands. Tariq has proven that he would go to defend even the lowest.
But I can't defend what's already gone. What I can defend is what is here. I'm banking on the hope and possibility. We still got ourselves a Fernando out there. And we still got you.
You want to have your cake and eat it too, as they say? She gives a little bit of a quirky smile.
Well, I mean, I do like cake.
You would rather see that no one be punished in this circumstance.
Yeah, there is one person I want punished, but that's just because I don't like him.
Sadly, that isn't enough.
Might be. Everything he's doing is just for a grudge and not actually sanctioned by any means.
Very rarely does a scourge have to act sanctioned.
Ah, but he ain't a scourge. He's an apprentice.
Perhaps on her orders. Who is to say? There's no way that we could truly know. Just
Well,
something
that's
to
why.
think about.
Look, if you wouldn't know anything about legalities, then you would know. Sometimes probable cause is enough to bank someone in a nice, hefty jail sentence. If the evidence stacks up, which we are going to go ahead and try and find ourselves some, then we got ourselves probable cause. We got ourselves witness, and we got working testimonies. Want to sit here and talk philosophy, legalities, any sort of proper judgments? Well, most I can say is I work off of a jury peers.
American due process.
Only one I know.
And Mr. Winters, is that what you say to the monsters you have slayed? Did they get their due process?
Different times.
I am very familiar with the name Winters. It's a very famous name amongst kindred, especially.
Well, glad that my name precedes me.
I only pose these questions for you to think about, not necessarily to antagonize you.
Oh, antagonizing you doing, honey?
That is not my intent. I just want to know where you stand. That in the event that I am asked to do something in which I do not believe, I will have you to fall back on.
Well, let's just see where this takes us.
Indeed. What do you know of the Banu Hakim?
Nothing. I ain't exactly versed in everyone's little bloodlines and specialities and all that.
We make excellent judges on what is right and what is wrong. Strong moral code. I don't think that you have less of a moral code. I think yours is hidden somewhere beneath the lapdog. You'll find it again one day. And when that day comes, you will scour this city of all that which is evil. I hope that we are not enemies.
So too. Well, I'm gonna go on a little bit of a hunting trip. You do well with bag stuff.
No.
Animals.
They're awful.
This is turning into a bit of a predicament. Alright.
And I'm not exactly the best of looking to go out and party like it's 1999 either.
Nope. Nope. Oh, shit. This is gonna be a whole event. Well, we have a plan. We have a plan.
And I can't guarantee that I won't voraciously rip apart whatever it is that you feed me, should you decide to do so. Perhaps I will venture forth on my own.
Nah, you sit tight here. Look. Best way to reduce any sort of damages at this moment. Just sit tight. That's all I ask. I'm gonna get you settled up so that you're in a good enough condition. I can take you on over to Singleton. I'm gonna have a bit of a chat with him about everything.
If there was anyone in Fernando's corner for a moment, it was Singleton.
I feel like he's probably the best pure jury we got in this situation, so... Alright.
Perhaps more equivalent to a character witness.
Yeah, something like that.
There is no jury in the Camarilla. If you want a jury, you must go to the Anarchs.
That's a good point. In any case, I'll be back with what you need. Give me about an hour, I'll make things work. Then we'll go on and head to Singleton's together. I know you want to go off on your own, but this body's the better.
I tend to agree, but I cannot guarantee it in this state. As you might have guessed, I have a very hard time even thinking straight right now.
That's a fair assessment.
I can smell your injuries. It's not hard.
Aaron just checks his body, and then he remembers he's got still got a big gaping hole somewhere inside of him that he hasn't healed yet.
Go. Do what you've aimed to do.
He's gonna head on upstairs. But to Alex, thanks for waiting for me.
Thank you.
Well, we got some hunting to do. 2 mouths to feed.
Yes.
You think you could go ahead and phone Mr. Singleton? Let him know we're stopping on by tonight.
Can do. And Alex will step away from Aaron enough that she can make that call.
Okay.
I forget. I was like, oh, what? You don't like me? And then I remembered.
Yeah. La Sombra.
You make light bulbs flicker and telephones not work.
Even
yes.
candles don't work because they go out.
Yeah, that's true.
Whoops.
So you're calling Singleton, and what are you saying to him?
That we may have some information that he would be potentially interested in.
Okay.
And that they will be popping on by later on this evening.
Okay. He simply acknowledges these messages, I guess.
Wonderful. Once that's sorted, she hangs up. Shall we?
Sure thing. I'll try to be gentle this time.
Okay. Alex just...
I didn't mean for it to be that.
That's what came out your mouth.
Whoops. Oh my god. Okay. I'm helping Alex fish for some blood bags.
Okay. So Alex, you're normal.
I'm sorry, I was gonna communicate. Should we make sure Alex is fed one, and then we come back, feed Colette one more dot. Aaron's just gonna hold her back.
Okay, we can definitely attempt to do so. So Alex,
okay,
your feeding roll is a streetwise roll. Is that correct?
Intelligent streetwise, yes.
Okay, Aaron, if you have streetwise.
Yes.
Okay, then you get the +1 for the assist.
And am I using my contact? Does that make it better? Can I do that?
Has been used before.
Yes, it's a criminal contact, yes.
So +2?
Yep.
Beautiful.
Oh, we've got a messy crit. One you can't exactly fix. You can either willpower and try to double crit it, or you can just leave it as it is.
I'm gonna try and willpower it.
You're gonna want to double crit?
Yeah.
Might as well go for gold. One good hunt to rule them all.
Okay.
Well, instead of just 6, it's 7.
Yep.
So, describe to me how you do this. This seems like a how do you want to do this sort of moment.
So it's the same as always. She gives a call to the contact. And they rock up. And this contact is the same contact that Aaron got her in the first place through threat.
To add a little bit of flavor to this contact at first tells you he needs time. More time than you're willing to commit. You want it today. You don't want to have to wait. You want it today. You've called him today. That's what you want. You have thus wanted to assert your authority. But it's not just that you want to command him to do something out of fear or something like that. No, you want the dominance compulsion.
I have been a valuable customer.
You want to humiliate this man so badly. And you want to gloat about it to Aaron so badly that nothing else matters right now. In fact, you'd take doing something similar to Aaron if Aaron was giving you a little bit of lip right now. You are the top woman. And you want to make everyone around you absolutely know it.
So she turns into a stereotypical Karen, I think. Because I can't imagine her doing anything else.
Show us how this looks for Alex.
I have been a valuable customer. Do you want to lose that custom? Are you really sure you want to give that up? Because at this point, I'm pretty sure I'm paying your rent. I'm pretty sure I'm paying for your car. I'm pretty sure I'm paying for your entire bloody life. You better have what I need when I arrive. Because if you don't, there will be consequences, mister.
He doesn't say another word. The call just drops. You arrive at the pickup spot. And what do you know? There is a cooler with not one, not two, but 3 bags inside.
Yay!
Oh wow, the take me to your manager talk worked.
Shut up, you.
Shutting up.
Does not necessarily cure your compulsion at the moment.
It's gonna collect the bags. And the cooler. Go back to the car. And she is going to drink one of them.
Okay.
Please don't frenzy on the bag again.
I cannot guarantee. I am hungry, okay?
What hunger are you at, friendo?
4 again.
No!
It's a difficulty 3 frenzy for hunger. Because you're sinking your teeth and you're tasting with your tongue. Even though it's nasty.
So it's the current amount of willpower that I currently have, yes?
Yes, you've also had a rest, so you would have regained either your composure or your resolve, whichever's higher in superficial willpower damage.
So I would only be lacking.
Yeah. So yeah, you would have only spent the 1 willpower today so far. Difficulty 3.
Modifiers.
Oh,
Okay.
that's
Oh my god.
that's a 3.
The upholstery saved.
Well, at least it's my car this time.
True, I don't have one.
You take controlled sips. Again, very stale. Tastes a lot like preservative. Tastes like there's no life in it, because there isn't any.
But it's what she needs right now.
It's edible. Edible is a strong word for this, too. It's barely edible.
Gets the job done. Having that first bag go down, I'm then gonna consume the other 2.
Okay. Which means you have a total of 3 hunger that you are able to slake.
Brings me back down to 1. Do you know how long it's been since I've been at 1 hunger?
A long time. As if that wasn't the whole idea behind this whole chronicle.
Alright. Now that that's done...
You still have really strong urge, though, to humiliate someone. You don't necessarily think that humiliating that guy was nearly enough. He kind of caved. A little too easy.
I mean, that's pretty humiliating in itself.
High or low?
High. It's gonna be low, I know it.
We'll just roll a d10 to see. No, it's a high.
Hey! I got it!
Oh. Nice.
So not
Yeah, most never
only
get those.
not only did you humiliate him over the phone, you kind of rubbed his nose at it in front of Aaron. As if he was a dog that shat on your floor. 'Cause he was. You make him beg and plead for you to remain his customer. Because he needs you, Alexandra. He needs you, otherwise his whole life would go to complete and utter shit. You're the only thing keeping him afloat, keeping him from losing his home, keeping him from eating trash right now. And boy, does it feel good to kind of rub his nose in it like that. You feel pretty proud of yourself for having put a dog in his place.
Sorry, I am internally cringing right now.
As you should, because it is very much... It's very much humiliating on his side. And Aaron, you kind of look at Alex like, ugh. Like you're maybe cringing a little bit for the fact that she's not treating this human like a human anymore. He is a full-on slave to her in this very moment, from what you can tell.
Her go when she said, "Shut up, Aaron." He was like, "Shutting up."
Makes you wonder. She got that kind of rope on you right now? And if there is a question mark there, the answer is yes.
Oh no. Aaron, you wasn't wrong 2 sessions ago. He is fully leashed. Bye, Alex.
Is this where we go?
Man. Yeah.
Damn.
Okay.
Well. What next? God. Alex, the slave driver.
I hate it. She's gonna take them back to Aaron's Haven. Proud as punch. Because she got exactly what she wanted.
Oh, exactly.
When
Absolutely.
she wanted it. When she needed it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the first time in a long time that she actually felt reasonably sated.
Decent.
Like, the hunger is still there, but it's back to that manageable level where it's just a little thought in the back of her head rather than a snarling, all-consuming hunger that she's having to try to ignore. And she looks over at Aaron.
Kind of gloating a little.
And
yeah.
She flashes him this very bright, proud of herself grin. She could never physically harm a person. But she managed it. She got what she needed. And he didn't have to step in. And that's a proud moment.
Aaron is properly just going to let her have the moment without interrupting because he's 2 dots of intelligence is enough smarts to know when to just shut the fuck up.
Otherwise, she might tell you what place you belong in.
Returning back to the Haven. Erin is hopefully, is Colette still there?
She is.
Oh Angel. All right. All right. Are you still interested in giving her from your vein?
Okay. Man.
All right. I'm right here if you need me. I'm gonna keep her a hill. Keep her from jumping on you. Okay?
I appreciate it. And with that, Alex will make her way downstairs. And I believe this is the first time that Colette has seen Alex since she's become conscious again. And since the night that they had stolen the van and they were saving Madam.
It's been a long time.
It has. Although I certainly wish the reuniting was on better terms.
As do I. It is unseemly for me to be seen in this state.
Unavoidable, unfortunately. You were facing off against Cain Tenebris.
A choice I made.
No. You were protecting a coterie mate. It's only to be expected.
Fernando and I have been to great lengths to with each other.
I couldn't understand a word of that. You roboted.
Hey, Lamau.
Goodbye, coffee.
I'm back.
Okay.
But I was saying, we have been through quite a number of things together, Fernando and I.
You grow close over the years.
I would say amicable. close is maybe a strong word.
Well, we are all still kindred after all.
I don't think he took well to Kyle disappearing.
Yes. Well, I don't know much about that.
Yes, we all try to forget.
Simply wasn't here for it.
Perhaps it is a story that you will learn from Sheik.
If I pay the right price, perhaps.
It is not like it is a strong price to pay, as it is the primary reason that Fernando or I are even here. He would likely tell you the rumors for nothing.
Awesome. Shall we get you fed up?
If that is what you wish.
Mr. Winters here is going to strain you. And I will feed you.
I will warn you. I am very lithe. Supernaturally so.
I am quite aware.
Quite
That's why
slippery
I'm
in the
gonna-
right circumstances.
Well, I'm sure it'll help if I already have my hands on you. Aaron's gonna walk up behind her and put his hands on her shoulders. He does have the stake in one of his hands, and he's just gonna strongly grip her shoulders, so he's already got the grapple.
Head back, please.
She leans her head
And
back.
Alex is going to cut her hand. She's going to feed what's safe. We'll go one for now.
Okay. Another very thick globule of vitae dripping from your hand to her mouth. And she is going to roll a frenzy once more, because she is at hunger 4. But she loses control once more.
Cool. As soon as Aaron sees even an instance of her just slipping away, he's just gonna yank her back and put her on the ground and hold her there.
Okay. She is going to attempt to slither out of your grapple with a rather shitty athletics roll. But go ahead and roll a strength brawl.
Oh boy.
We're not intending to damage here. You're just intending to keep her held.
Yeah.
I really can't help here either, because if I do, it just undoes what we did.
Nope. She cannot slither out of your grasp. And so you're hanging on to her for dear life. But because she is now only at hunger 3, she is not consumed by the frenzy anymore. So she quickly calms down after realizing she can't slither out of your touch after maybe a minute or two of thrashing about. But again, she seems a bit embarrassed that even came to that in the first place.
There we go.
Doesn't even really want to look at either of you in the eye at the moment.
Are you back in control?
I will be fine.
I've organized a meeting with the Hound. I would like you very much tell him everything that you witnessed with Cain Tenebris.
Aside from what I have told you, what more could I add?
The simple fact that it comes direct from one who was involved, rather than third hand or second hand. I believe Mr. Tenebris has overstepped his bound. Last thing that we need in this domain, and I'm sure you can agree, is for more animosity.
Animosity is inevitable. That's how much you
But
can
we
get
don't-
away with for now.
Exactly. How long can we keep the pot from boiling over?
So your intention is to get Fernando out of hot water as it is?
I would prefer to see him out of hot water. I think you would too.
Honestly, I'm at a loss. I do not know what to think at the moment. I know that what my heart tells me about Thin Bloods, I know that our prince doesn't believe the same. I am a woman in conflict. On the one hand, my blood aches for vengeance, for justice, for the two that were murdered. And the other is a man whom I know to be a good man. Perhaps too good at times. A lapse in judgment, I keep telling myself. But if it was truly a lapse in judgment, it could have ended differently. What if he hunted them? And what if his thirst comes for more? That he isn't sated by thin blood vitae, but that of kindred. How would I be able to continue my existence knowing that that sort of taboo is going unchecked?
Then, question is, would you be willing to hold that in check? Such things are not unusual. While they are frowned upon, they are very much prevalent.
And thus I run into the same concern that you had while looking over me. Blood bonds.
Blood.
The only reason that I am not bound to you, Alexandra, is because you are Tremere. My opinion of you has not swayed from the day that I met you. I do not look on you more favorably now than I did before.
Nor would I expect.
So you would expect me to blood bond my coterie mate.
I would simply say that that is a decision that is entirely up to you. There are...
But these are the questions I face today.
Exactly. What... Morals is such a strange thing, and often come into conflict.
A true test
You
of faith.
talk about wanting justice for those who were wrong.
My blood aches for it.
But I think it's more a case of responsibility. I think everyone deserves a chance. Regardless of what they've done wrong or what they've done right. It's what those people do with those chances that indicate who they really are. So the question is, do you think Fernando is worth giving a chance? Take responsibility for what he may have done.
That is the million-dollar question.
Regardless, I have requested to see the hound. Point still stands that if this is let to slide, you yourself were attacked. It could be... well, it could set quite a dangerous precedent. The rules are the rules for a reason. Particularly within the Ivory Tower.
Then I suppose I will ask, which rules have been committed? Which tradition has been broken here?
My first thought would be the rule of domain.
Potentially, but
We
rocky
have-
ground.
We have no way of knowing if Mr. Tenebris was sanctioned in his kill, in even attacking either of you. And considering the current circumstances, well, I'm not sure what the prince would have said. However, it's not for us to decide the rules. This is what the Hound is for. This is what the Sheriff is for. And this is what the Prince is for. They are the ones who hold accountable. So we only bring to them the concern.
And be thought to be seditious for questioning our authority and not simply letting it go. Because if it was truly one of their concerns, they would have done something by now.
Assuming they are actually aware.
The elders are always aware.
They want us to think they are always aware. What they think, what we think, and what we know, two very different things.
Do you
It can be
trust your
framed
prince
as-
back in Brisbane?
I trust my prince, as I trust the ivory tower.
Do you trust Prince Warsi?
As I trust the ivory tower.
Then if you would be so bold as to question him to his face.
But I'm not questioning him.
You said the only person who has that authority is the prince in this domain.
Exactly. So if somebody is going against that authority, happens to get spied, well, we're simply making sure that his authority was actually given.
You want to know who I think could be good in this situation? I think we should give Shriek a call.
I can give Shriek a call.
I think Shriek would have better answers to this. I'm not particularly one for all them ethical, philosophical talk, quite frankly.
This is the game, Mr. Winters.
No, what you're playing is theatrics. The real game is actually getting the job done. You can sit there and talk all this practice, all these ideas, all you goddamn want. But when it gets down to it, nothing is actually accomplished until you do it.
But isn't that
So
what
that-
we are discussing? What it is to do next?
We already decided what it is we're doing next. You're stalling. You're afraid, Colette, and I understand that, but you need to understand yourself where the protections are. At this moment, as I have said, you are my responsibility. Therefore, I have taken your life as mine. Under those pretenses. If they want you out, they're blaming me for it. That is what has been decided. The moment I told Tenebris to put you down.
With that, Alex is going to gently touch Aaron on the arm, excuse herself to go upstairs, and she's going to give Shriek a call.
Hola!
Do you have some time, perhaps?
Oh, honey, I have eternity.
I have... Well, there has been an occurrence that you may find particularly interesting.
I'm already half-mast thinking about it.
Would you care to come and visit Aaron?
Would, but it tends to end up in a bloody mess. But I'll come see him anyway.
I'd appreciate it.
All right, doll.
See you when you get here.
And it doesn't take long, Shriek, as Aaron's domain, his little home that he's procured for himself, is within the domain, so it's not like it's a far jaunt from your place.
Well,
Nothing more than a hop, skip, and a jump.
I do try and be punctual.
Alex will be waiting for him at the door.
Also, you do notice the crumpled up vehicle that was once Aaron's truck.
Yes.
Just a garbage
Absolutely
wreck.
demolished. Like
You
it had
know-
gone through a pasta press.
What is that?
That is
That right there,
Aaron's
yeah.
truck. That's
No.
Aaron's truck.
No, that's not. I know what Aaron's truck looks like. That is not Aaron's truck. That is an accordion that used to have wheels.
That's what I thought too. Yeah.
A pancake made of steel, fiberglass, rubber, and aluminum.
Oh, I see what's going on here. He let you drive.
Excuse me. He did not. Well, he did tonight, but
Yeah, I can
beyond the
tell.
point. Not his car.
No, it's a truck. Well, it was.
It was metal.
Oh, yeah.
If this is what you decide to end up calling me for, I can get you some big muscular mechanics out here, but I don't know if they could service that. I can
What
try.
I got you out here for is in the basement.
Whose?
Aaron.
He didn't swing
Currently-
that way. He made that very clear.
Well, he is currently keeping our dear friend Colette company.
Colette's in his basement.
Colette is in his basement.
You know what? Let's just get down there and see what's going to happen. Okay? We're gonna see what happens. But if I walk into some kinky shit and realize that I was just invited, all I have to say is I'm so glad you were thinking about me.
Look, the ropes and chains were just a
Excite me.
side moment.
Oh my god, you're serious. Oh, we're gonna get our freak out.
Just get inside.
I see Specs barely able to contain about this close to breaking.
Working so hard right now.
So, when you enter into the home and down into the basement, or rather the church, and then in the basement, you find that there is a bed where Colette is sitting on the edge. Her clothing mostly ripped apart, but she's mostly intact. Aaron just kind of standing there a little menacingly.
Aaron, please tell me that there was at least consent.
Christ. All right, look, it's not like that.
Right, because the ropes and chains on the bed while she's partially naked at this point with her clothes torn off, and the last time I checked, the only one out of us three at this immediate moment that has any degree of a chance of being able to end up taking advantage of the poor woman is you, and I know you weren't thinking of me when you were doing it.
God.
It's a pleasure to see you again, Shriek.
Colette. Oh, girl, how you doing?
Been better.
I can see that. Oh, I'm so sorry to end up seeing this. Do we need to go get you changed? We can get you something that really enhances the donk there. I mean, admittedly, we're working with a plank, but, we'll make what do.
Appreciate it, but I can make my way home at some point.
Not like that you aren't, and not driving that.
I have some spare clothes here, though.
You're roomies now. Oh,
I spend a lot of time here.
You hound dog.
It's not.
You keep saying it's not like that, but evidence keeps mounting.
I give up.
I could use with
yet
some
you
spare
don't.
clothing.
Alex is just gonna make her way over to the thing,
God, Colette.
like a little bag that she's got stuffed in the corner. Pulls out the clothes and over to her.
Honey, you and I rock fishnet. Colette, not so much.
I'm more of a slacks and jacket person myself.
Oh, honey, you don't know what you're missing. Wait until you get the boob window.
I've rocked one of those before. It's been since the 90s, though.
Well, clearly, Mr. Winters couldn't end up waiting because he ended up deciding to make one for you. Make one out of what you're wearing right now. But that's besides the point.
That was not Mr. Winters. That was Mr. Tenebris.
Now my evening just got a whole lot more interesting.
Told you you'd be interested.
Okay, so, Alex, darling, what did you bring me in here for?
How
Aaron
about I
had a-
start? Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh,
Go
I'm
ahead.
getting them from both ends. Great.
Go ahead.
Well, had a bit of a run-in with Mr. Tenebris. He decided to, beat the ever-loving hell out of Fernando and Miss Colette here. I found him just as he was about to take him away. Scourge business, he said, but that wasn't necessarily the case because, as it turns out, we all know how he feels about Fernando. Can't quite say it's the truth. Miss Colette, I wasn't going to let him leave, knowing that she...
So, where's Fernando?
With Tenebris.
Oh, god damn it. Why would you leave him with Maytag? Oh, no.
Likely dust by now.
Better not be. Well, when I thought life couldn't finish fucking me, death decided to do so too. Great! I'm so glad to know when I'm keeping up. Okay. So... Aaron here decided to end up saving you. Alex came in to end up rendering the assist. You got mangled up by Maytag, and right now Fernando is either dead and dusted or in the process thereof. Did I miss any details outside of how the hell did we run into the accordion upstairs?
Oh, that was me.
Yeah, I know, you shouldn't have left her with the fucking keys. I would have figured you knew better, but that's besides the point.
I was pissed off. Something had to break. It decided best be the truck. Anyways, beside the point.
Ouch. You know, I was about to make a choke me daddy joke, but given the grip strength required to do that, I think I actually prefer my eternity. Though it might be worth the risk.
Damn it.
Are we really going to fill the night with
I love a man who
innuendo?
could just kill me.
How do you think it is for on the flip side? You really want to stick it in Shriek's mouth?
I think Coffee just died.
Look, this is why you guys have so much fun with me playing Shriek, okay?
Yes, because he's fabulous, darling.
Coffee's muted, and that's okay. We'll roll on with the scene. Because I know he meant fabulous.
Okay,
So,
anyway.
Still muted.
No, I'm not.
no, I think it's a cat. No, he's muted.
No, I'm
You're
not.
muted. There we go. Hang on.
Hello?
Nope, can't hear.
Did he accidentally mute the Discord?
No! Hang on.
Well, you know what? Roll then. How about that? Don't
Okay.
worry, Coffee. We'll buy you some time. All right. So, truck's demolished. Colette more so. Fernando's fucked. And didn't even get a meal out of the date. With Maytag, no less. On Scourge business. The only question I have is why was Fernando being targeted by the Scourge? I can take a guess, but anybody want to end up putting a nice big rubber stamp on that? Anybody at all?
Hello? Can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, oh, voice in the ethereal.
We have two different sides of the coin.
But no
It's
matter which way
Alexandra.
you think about it, Tenebris was after Fernando because he believed that Fernando murdered a few of his friends.
We're talking about the Thin Bloods.
I was made aware that you knew.
Honey, there's very little I'm not made aware of.
And as
It's half the game.
It's half the game. The other half being that the elders know what you know.
Mm-hmm. They do. But
The question is Fernando guilty?
not what they're going to be asking. No. That's not what they're going to be asking. Now, I know that I don't get called into these things unless somebody wants something on the board moved. So here's the question. What do you need moved? And what do I get out of it?
My thought
I
was to.
Well, I
Sorry.
believe Mr. Winters made his opinions very clear and said that we are going with his option and none other. So, Mr. Winters, Please share.
You sure do like to put words in my mouth, but
I can think of other things.
my current working decision, keep this girl out of trouble. He just gestures towards Colette.
Well, done.
Sure enough.
All right. I'll be
Sec-
right back.
Okay.
What? You said get her out of trouble. Takes me a grand total of maybe half an hour.
There was a second part.
Ooh, part 2. I like it.
She's trying to decide what she expects of Fernando. My decision making on it is pretty simple. If someone broke a tradition, they broke a tradition. That's how I feel about it.
True.
She wants justice for the Thin Bloods.
Do you now? Is that how you really feel, her? Because if that's the case, I can just stay here and let the chips fall where they may. I thought you guys actually cared.
I am conflicted. If a tradition was truly broken,
Which
then
it was. Technically.
then whoever broke it must be punished.
True. But there's another angle here. We all know that the population of the Arlington domain is a lot greater than its ability to sustain. We're all in agreement on that. Not much use disputing that little factoid.
Kindred versus kind, yes.
However, when it comes down to it, think exactly on what we are talking about. Right? Thou art forbidden from destroying another thy kind. The right of destruction belongeth only to thine elder, and only the eldest may call the blood hunt. By that very definition, Fernando did not break the traditions. Much as it may bereave bleeding hearts right now. I can think of dinner right now. That beside. It's right now not in our prince's purview to end up leaving him out. Now, he could deal with Fernando right now, and he'd be short 2 Thin Bloods and a Nosferatu. However, if he decides to keep Fernando around, that gives the Thin Bloods a reason to be a little bit more worried. Because now they realize they don't count. That's going to cause a few of them to rash out and get a little bit antsy. Probably do something reckless, which gives us just enough time and excuse to be able to, well, do what we do best. And Fernando gets to be head of the spear on that. Less mouths to feed. Keeps the rest of them in line. And it's no skin off of our prince's back at that point. Just an observation. Thin blood is the key to your argument. If Thin Bloods count as kindred, then the tradition was broken. But a thin blood has about as much blood in them, as much of the vitae as your average ghoul. So does the ghoul count? Ghouls are killed all the time. Never have I heard of the blood hunt being called because somebody offed a ghoul. And arguably, a ghoul might be more important. I mean, eventually they can be chosen for the embrace. Meanwhile, thin blood is just the afterbirth. A second thought, at best. Like it or not, that's the situation we're in.
So Cain would be at fault if he were to kill Fernando.
Because he did break a tradition. Unless he has the blessing of the Scourge, being her new apprentice. But technically, I don't think he's recognized as Scourge. So the protections get a little murky. And that's really the truth of it, is the key to the prince's power is that little bit of murkiness. The ability to cast judgment one way or the other, depending on who he favors that week or whoever's blowing him.
You would really speak of our prince in such a flippant manner.
I speak of everybody in that manner. Because I'd rather you end up knowing the truth than us standing on happenstance. And it illustrates my point. Now, in this complete mess, what do you actually want? Because if we want Mr. Winter's approach to go, then all we need to do is sit back, relax, and let nature take its course. If you want to intervene, maybe a certain thought is going through the Primogen Council right now.
I want to remove Cain Tenebris.
Seconded.
And I think you already knew that's where my mind was going, Shriek.
Rope and chains in bed, if notwithstanding.
Cain has been a thorn in our sides repeatedly. He has been a threat repeatedly. And he is a wildcard. Now, my thought had been to have Colette here explain everything that she witnessed of Mr. Tenebris and his attack on herself and on our...
Fernando.
Yes, on Fernando. And the Hound could then pass that up the chain. Because in the end, it's that chain that decides which way things swing.
Maybe. But if you're trying to deal with Maytag, he's got a hell of a...
He's got a pull.
He's got a hell of a trump card. You're going to need something bigger than that. You want him gone. I don't think that the prince is going to just throw him under the bus. Not without good reason.
Not when he's useful as he is.
Especially since he kind of ends up becoming a lodestone around his new teacher's neck.
If Cain is simply walking around and killing kindred without sanction, that would be a problem.
You know he dusted Fernando? Or did he just take him away?
As far as we know, he just took him away.
So we need proof.
Proof? I can't promise, but I can look into it.
You share a kin with Fernando. Has Nosferatu.
Yeah, it's kind of why I have a soft spot for him. I know it's a one-way street, but...
I have a soft spot for Nosferatu myself.
Yeah, well... Thankfully, you got to deal with the pretty one.
Fernando and I have been together for many years. At one point, I thought us mutually friends. I'm concerned he has been blinded by the beast recently. But that does not mean I still do not care for him.
So,
When I think about what my other coterie mates would do in a situation like this, I like to believe that we would all stick together.
how'd that work out for you, by the way? Because last time I checked, only you made it back.
I do not know what happened to Kyle. He was present one day and gone the next.
Oh. Goodbye, cough.
Ah!
Oh, I thought that was my internet kicking out.
Nope.
Yeah, I thought so too for a second.
Nope, it's mine.
No, he's digital cyberspace. Goodbye.
Ah.
He's gone beyond the black wall.
Oh, no.
I don't get
Sorry,
tired
Specs.
of the digital screaming into the void. That's it's just robots out.
But she was saying that she doesn't know what happened to Kyle. He was there one day and gone the next.
Like Fernando.
If Fernando's existence, something that needs to be called into question, I could try to track him.
I did not have time to create a tracker.
Don't need to.
Am I suspecting some kind of witchcraft bullshit?
Yes.
Normally that is what I would do.
Honey, leave it to the expert in this case. Well, Alex, sounds like you got well in hand. So what do you need me here for? Where do I fall in this little plan of yours? Mr. Winters? It is your plan we're going off of, right?
Believe so. Made an appointment with the Hound, Mr. Singleton. I'm gonna bring the evidence to him. Present it, posterity and all that. We're gonna build up a case. I figured, you'd probably be the best person to know how to present it at Elysium, since that's right around the corner.
I can do that.
And, well, I'm still trying to figure out what it is I can get you back for. Since I'm the one who requested that you help out on this. The biggest goal I had was, I was thinking back about how you said you wanted to be kept in the loop.
I do appreciate that.
I'm just trying to do that
Sure.
much at the least.
Well, if that's the case, I could think of something. I can definitely think of something. All right. Well, I will start doing the wheeling and dealing in the background to end up making you have the best chance of presenting the case. You get... This is so weird being on the other side of this. So you guys get me the information pertaining. You guys make the case to Mr. Singleton to end up getting your audience in Elysium. You better hope that Fernando's still on this side of the grave.
And if he's not, Kane is mine.
If he's
Maybe.
not, Kane is the princess.
Maybe. I'm keeping my options open until afterwards. The only thing that we can all agree on is that it's time to put the old dog out to pasture.
Why would Kane have known such a thing? Or even suspected?
Like you said, if you know it, the others know it. And Fernando's not exactly what I would call subtle.
Never has been. Just a curiosity.
Well, maybe we'll get to the bottom of that too.
Right. Well, I will need the address of the last place that Mr. Tenebris been in. Then I can likely track.
Well,
I will go with you.
Are you sure you're going to be able to contain yourself?
There is very little of me left. Whatever instinct I have left, I'll try to preserve that.
Sure hope so. His first stop is Singleton.
But also, Aaron, don't you have an appointment?
Shit, he does. Alright, Aaron's gonna check in really fast. He's gonna look. He's gonna look over to Alex. I got something I gotta do first as well. Speaking of keeping my shit together.
Give me the address while you're doing that. I can track.
Yep.
And then by the time we all come back together, we should have all the information we need.
Alright. He's gonna scribble it down on a little piece of paper. Just like kind of lying down on the corner, probably torn off from Alex's notes.
Hmm.
There's a little twitch at the corner of her eye, but she doesn't say anything.
He's gonna hand that over to her where he last faced down with Tenebris and all of that happened.
That notebook was perfect. It is now not perfect anymore, Alex.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gonna head on upstairs. I'm gonna go catch some grub. I'll be right back with all the rest of you.
All right. Is there anything that Shriek and Alex wanted to do quickly before we turn back to Aaron and his appointment?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so as well. I know what I'm doing.
Might go do some feeding, but that won't need up much time.
Nah.
I'm just going to assume that Colette's probably going to stick to Alex, even though Alex said no.
Alex,
I'll
she's
do it quick.
yeah, she's following you everywhere you go, Alex.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's 9 successes on a hunt.
Ooh, with a sexy crit right there.
There is my one good roll of the year.
So, Shriek, how do you do this? Because that is a crit. You can essentially have what you want.
Just taking my regular portion, though. Maybe grabbing a few little pieces of information along the side as my usual moment or situation. I am more than anything just trying to end up getting fed and caught up. And, well, I think now is the perfect time for me to lose it all and go into hunger frenzy, as I am going to heal and aggravated.
Okay. Oh.
Only lose one.
Only lose one. What hunger are you at?
I am now back at 2. And coffee?
Yes.
This is the first time since episode 3 that I actually have a full health tracker.
Ho ho ho. Oh.
This entire time, I have never managed to end up getting my health to max since episode 3. I now have full 5 points. I'm gonna get my dick kicked. I know it.
I'm gonna make it interesting for you.
Why? Why?
Just because I want to see some people cringe. You've seen this kid before. In fact, you know who he is. His name is Roman.
Roman?
Anna's boyfriend.
Oh, that son of a bitch. Oh.
And doesn't he taste delicious tonight?
He does. And if I had time to sit, I'd probably spoon with him too. But unfortunately, for as much as I'd love to end up having the company, I am going to have to end up letting this little worm get away.
We'll be back another time, maybe. But for the moment, we are moving on to Aaron. Going out for an appointment. Where exactly are you headed, Aaron?
We decided that we go ahead and meet up a little bit out of ways in the city. Admittedly, I had to go ahead and oh shit, I don't have a truck.
In fact, I know the place because this person probably would have picked you up along the way. Luca.
Oh, thanks, Luca.
He's in town. Something about something Elysium something rumors getting about. And he wanted to be here for it. But in the process, you had also asked him to pass along a message to someone he knew in Edmonton. So, when you enter into the car, Luca is in the driver's seat. Strangely, as usually he has a chauffeur. But there is a woman sitting in the back seat with you. And you're headed off to Luca's ranch, where the last member of this little appointment will be waiting for you. But it does give you a moment to introduce yourself to this lovely young lady before you meet with someone else.
Aaron sits down in the car and shuts the car door.
Lucas put up the divider between the front seat and the back seat to give you guys some privacy.
What a polite man. He looks over Artemis and he kind of analyzes her very, like, huh. Artie.
It's been a while.
Yeah. Oh shit, I ain't seen you since we were kids.
Yeah, sounds about right.
I never would have guessed. How the hell you been?
Well, considering I'm dead, things could be far better, but I'm adjusting.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd have to actually agree on that. Damn.
God,
I suppose this is
happened.
Yeah, I heard a little bit from that Gerard fella. You all used to run together?
Yeah, Luca told me he was in town. Been trying to convince him to take me by and go visit the old man.
I'm sure he'd really appreciate it. Seems like a sentimental folk.
Kinda?
Nah, I think he's more so than you think. I mean, he ain't kicked me out of his bar yet, so I can count on that.
Just watch it when he does go too. That old man's strength likes to kick in.
I can believe that. I can believe that. Well,
So how have things been around here?
a hot mess. I'm gonna be honest, I ain't really too keen on the whole... What's the word that them old folks call it? Jihad? I think that's what... That's what Vince called it.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
then-
that'd be the right word.
Yeah, all that politics talk. Ain't exactly my thing, but...
Not mine either. What I know through Luca. I stay out of it.
Yeah, just trying to survive, right?
Considering what happened up there, I don't want to go any more than what I have to.
You want to know the funniest damn thing? First thing Gerard said to me, looked at me and Coterie made, he's like, last time Tremere and Alsambre got together, all hell broke loose. And I'm starting to think that, like, I'm really wondering. You got my curiosity piqued. 'Cause I've seen a lot of shit.
Oh, I don't think you'd believe me if I told you, but they do not mix. They don't. It's something about Lasambre makes a Tremere go fucking crazy. Or is it the other way around?
He thinks about it for a second.
No, I think in this case, it would have been the Lasambre driving the Tremere crazy, because the Lasambre was the older one.
Yeah. I suppose I'm gonna have to be careful then. Just to keep a healthy distance.
And what do you mean by that? I'm curious.
There's a knock on the divider. We've arrived.
Oh, you ruined all my fun, Luca.
Sorry. It's not my fault. It's just not a long drive.
Yeah. You have to tell me later.
Can count on it. And, Aaron's gonna get out of the vehicle and go ahead and open up the door for Artie.
Jeez. I'm gonna get out and take a look around.
And you would come up to the house of the ranch that Luca owns. And in the foyer is another face. Sort of a young-looking gentleman, slick back hair. Ari, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Evening. Well, my name is Ari Winters. I am a doctor from Eugene, Oregon. I run a clinic. For those that aren't necessarily able to take care of themselves.
And Ari, as you're standing kind of in the foyer of this rather large house, you find that the man, Luca, who has more or less paid for your trip to come out here, has just walked in with a woman and a man trailing behind him.
Well, evening, y'all.
Hey, Gus, how the hell you been? And Aaron's gonna come up and give him a good pat on the back.
Aaron will extend the same courtesies.
Don't think I've met this one before.
Fair to middling, but I've been worse. I don't believe I know your friends.
Friends, well, it's Mr. Von Brunhild, I think is the name.
Yes, it's a pleasure, but I must get back to some rather urgent business. You all enjoy and make yourselves at home. I will be in my office should you need anything, but I would rather not be disturbed for a few hours.
I
Most
thank you
always.
for making sure I made it to this. I don't know what you'd call it, and I do
Well,
appreciate it.
parts of it. Maybe a family reunion?
Yes, well, it was upon Aaron's desire to have you all come and visit, and so you can thank him for that. I will, again, be upstairs.
Evening, man. Family reunion. And he looks down at Artie. Um, I don't believe I caught your name, miss.
Artemis.
He extends his hand and pleasure to
She'll
make your
shake it.
acquaintance. I'm Ari.
Afraid I don't know much of the family down here, outside of Aaron and a couple others.
I'm assuming we hoofed it out of here to Eugene before you come along.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm coming down out of Edmonton.
Wow. We're about the same distance from Dallas, only you're a bit more north.
I am so far north. Right smack dab middle of werewolf country, up in Canada.
I'm not that unfamiliar myself being in Eugene. State parks are overrun with the buggers of all types. Mostly Garral as far as I'm aware. Bears, not wolves.
That's a scary thought.
They're a damn sight bigger and a whole lot meaner.
Here I was thinking that werewolf me and Pa went and hunted down was tough shit. Damn.
I don't recommend it on a solo or even a duo unless you're a pretty old one.
I mean-
my side tells tales of just one of them things wrecking shop on about a dozen.
I've seen one get hit by a semi. And then stand up.
They're tough sons of bitches, to be sure.
Yeah.
But I don't believe that's your intent for bringing us all together.
No.
Or am I jumping the gun here?
There's a little bit of a couple things, actually. First and foremost is, well, I just wanted to catch up and reconnect with some family. Nori, I know you ain't, you're not exactly close with the, the hunter side of everyone, but I remember your parents and my pa used to come by and we'd all hang out and have a good time, have some campfires. I didn't think when I would contact you again, things would be that much different. They're different, but still the same. Looks like you're out here still trying to be the peaceful kind.
I do try. And unfortunately, I think the wrong clan felt free to embrace me for those same aspects, only given the nature of at terrible odds with such things.
I imagine so.
Brujas ain't known for their composure.
God damn.
Some of them.
You're a doctor, too. Shit.
Adopted.
A doctor.
Yes. That was why I was embraced. My sire felt a need to have somebody bring back the scholar to the warrior.
So a Bruja doctor and also a Bruja hunter I've met now. Interesting mixes.
And you?
I get the fun blood. Malkavian.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, the Sombra, as they say.
A Bruja, a La Sombra, and a Malkavian walk into Dallas. What's the punchline? Are we trying to make some friends?
Punchline is it's Christmas.
I see.
Oh, no, see, if you wanted a punchline, my sire would have come down here, not me.
I don't think I want to know.
You don't. Just be glad he's not here.
Well, thanks for the little things, I guess. I'd really hate to see what happened if you put all of our sides in the same room together.
Nothing good gonna come of it.
There are ways. As I said, my sire was very keen on bringing back the scholar aspect of our natures. So there is potential. Unfortunately, given the nature of our clans, and those internal frictions are really deep, I seriously doubt anybody walks out without at least a scratch.
Well, suppose the other thing. Thought I'd get us all together for a little bit of family revelations. Uncle Harry's dead. I don't know if you necessarily got to know him too much, but he was pretty well connected with the hunter groups here in the Midwest.
I know him well when I was a kid, before Mom and Dad decided to up and move us to some hippie commune in Eugene.
Yeah, that's last I remember of him. God, he's really gone.
When did this happen?
Yeah, give or take about 2 months ago. Came under some inheritance, though, from all of that, and my pa dying.
Was it a hunting accident?
Uncle Harry, yes. Pa, no. His heart just got tired is all.
You have my condolences. I wish I had known. I'd have made arrangements to be out here sooner.
Same.
Probably would have brought a little friend with me. Introduced to the family, so to speak.
Got yourself something sweet back home.
You know it. Currently, she's running the clinic in my absence.
Well, good for you.
You may have...
Hopefully,
Go ahead.
hopefully she's the one you can put a ring on.
I don't know if that would work now. She ain't really got much choice in the way things are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, technically you still could.
I could, but I believe I'm fine leaving things as they are. I know where her loyalties are. Well, she really doesn't have much choice in the matter. She got a bit nosy and demanding. Know exactly just what it was I was up to, what was going on. Well, we all know the rules.
Yeah. Big one above all else.
Unfortunately, it was the only way for her to know the truth.
Aaron, your mind kind of thinks of Ming. How many times have you wanted to tell her?
How many times he wanted to tell her? How many? Literally all the times. Even now he wants to tell her, but it's like, he can't. He just can't. And at this point, it's better just to look from afar. He brushes the thought off.
He'll take out his phone and open it up to a photo album of them at the last gala event for the clinic's board of directors, both dressed to the nines, and hand it to you.
And Aaron just he takes the phone and he's like, oh, and then it like blacks out. And he's like,
damn it.
Ari,
Sorry.
did anyone tell you not to hand any electronics over to La Sombra?
I was warned, but you know.
yeah,
She's just going to kind of softly pat him on the back. It's okay. We've all been there.
He'll take the phone back and hope that it's not completely fried.
It's not coming back on just yet.
No. He's gonna wait several hours until he's left Aaron's before he attempts to try it back.
Yeah, might want to try putting it in some rice. I hear that works.
Ms. Markowitz has tried to impress upon me the known and not necessarily so known implications of dealing with others. I got an idea, and he's going to sit down and draw one of the pictures, as art was his favorite outlet. And he had a fairly deft hand at portraits.
Okay.
Oh, so an artist too.
As I said, my sire was very keen on bringing back the scholar to the warrior clan.
Oh,
She
works
told
for
me
me.
there was she told me there was another in town that had their eyes on me, and unfortunately I don't get along with very minotaur of those. They're a bit too stuck up for my tastes.
Man, I sure know someone who'd really enjoy that. Hearing that. In any case. Well, updates to the family side. It's something I need to get out to you too. But first, I really wanted to just get back together, reconnect a bit.
Of course.
Since this whole undead bit, I guess I've really came into reconsideration what it means to be winters. I grew up by my pa's side, and so I traveled all across the U.S. doing the hunting bit. Learned everything from it, every little aspect. And now I gotta be on the other side of that.
Yeah.
To know that you
Tricky little
three,
bit of business, isn't it?
yeah, to know that you two exist, kind of affirms something to me. It's the fact that I think we have ourselves a bit of a family curse, if I could put it in simplistic terms.
Yeah, I'd reckon we do.
According to my sire and Baron, we are the most fucking cursed kindred and family on this continent.
Yeah, I believe that because you remember my sister, Erin, little Emily.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I may be the reason she is Ventrue now.
Oh, my God.
Look, it wasn't exactly my fault. I was wanting to give her the choice. And then a Ravnos decided to slam a van into the house.
Oh joy.
God damn it,
What?
Vic.
What in the ever-loving hell is going on in Edmonton?
What hasn't gone on up there? That's the better question.
I mean, for all intents and purposes, Artemis, until Luca told you that Gerard existed again, you thought he was dead.
Yeah. Like, all I'm hearing is he's coming back up here from checking on his property and telling me he found Gerard.
Gerard? Who's that?
Gerard is a former coterie mate of mine who, together with, me, Luca, said Ravnos who slammed Van into house, kind of, fixed shit up in Edmonton, broke it more, depending on who you're asking.
Ain't that how it always goes? One step forward, 10 back.
He and I fell into the void for a while.
What?
Oh?
Hence the La Sombra bit.
Well, yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I didn't know you could just... I mean, you actually do just step in it. You can actually just...
Yes, but we technically threw ourselves in after pushing a Baron in.
You pushed a baron into the void and decided y'all would just mosey on in right after?
It's hard to keep your balance when you're, teetering on an edge. It took two of us to push him.
You know that stuff burns?
Yeah. But I showed up in the States somewhere and remembered Luca's number, gave him a call, and within the week he had me home. I didn't know Gerard made it until he came home.
How fortunate for you.
Yeah, well, he's firmly planted.
I've never been on the other side of things like that, and
You don't want to.
from what I've been told, and hell, from what I've seen of them funky shadowy arm things y'all can do, I don't want no part of that.
That's... Mojo, I don't know if you remember, but I remember. That's a lie.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
but
good.
I'm just saying, I don't want no part of that.
Yeah, I've seen what Lasombra can do. The fact that I even made it out of the void is just fucking amazing in the first place.
Craziest shit I've gone ahead and done is raise a dead cat, and ain't step out of anywhere.
I heard a story about somebody using similar abilities. Only I think they were Hakata from Jackson. Made a whole army of little minions. Had one that looked just like the thing from the Addams family.
That would be interesting.
That sounds absolutely disgusting and horrific. Complete abuse of power.
No, I believe the abuse of power here is you raising the cat for no reason.
Well, I put it out of its misery soon after.
You shouldn't have even raised it in the first place.
It was an experiment. Not that I'm particularly an experimental type or scholarly or anything like that. Look.
No, that's my area.
Well,
There's just some things you gotta know.
If I had the ability, I think that part of experimentation would definitely fall into my auspices as well, but I don't think I want to know how to acquire such abilities. Well, I already know. I just I don't want to know that taste. I'm told that you never forget it and you can't ever wash it out of your mouth.
Yeah, I think that's an appropriate way to think about it. God, I'm having so much fun with the nostalgia and the back and forth with y'all. I knew we were gonna get off track. All right.
Oh, come on. You have a Lasombra, a Malkavian, and a Brujah. Of course.
And I also have a 30-minute timer on the lights here, so I gotta make this quick.
30-minute timer on what?
The lights.
Oh. Yeah. We don't need everything going haywire.
Yeah, everything with the phone. Yeah, I can't be anywhere near light for very long. Candles go out around me. Electric lights maybe got some life, not much. But anyways, the inheritance. I was given a church. The church was old, it was run down, it looked like shit. Pa had it for God knows how long. It'd been passed down through since like colonial era in Texas. Essentially, just an old ruins, historically protected building.
Oh, so Independence, like the Alamo?
Something like that, but much smaller and much less loved. No special battle happened there. It's just an old piece of history. Turns
Alright.
out, there's that little old piece of history had a bigger piece of history hidden inside. And that bigger piece of history is the entire Winters family haunted history.
Now
Since-
that's interesting.
Indeed.
Since the First Inquisition.
Oh, joy.
Didn't know our family line went back that far.
Apparently it
Yeah,
did.
fun.
Damn
No wonder
motherfuckers.
we're cursed.
One of our great-great-grandparents met Dracula. I didn't even know Dracula was real.
You ever read the book?
Well, I did, but I didn't think it was real. I mean,
I heard, well, I'm told most of them consider that, well, that clan, consider that to be their Bible. The do's
See-
and don'ts of their clan. And the whole thing about having to carry the soil in which they was buried is pretty
Yeah.
spot on for all of them.
Here I was thinking, there's real vampire lore, and then there's vampire propaganda. I thought it was that. That's beside the point. Like recently, I
Probably a
also
mixture
recently
of both.
discovered the Bible is vampire lore.
Yeah.
I give up. Here's the deal.
I guess I've had the fortune of a bit more education into kindred and lore than you have, Aaron.
Wouldn't be too surprised if you had a little bit more than me, but
I don't know. I think you and your friends might have things covered. What you don't know, I'm betting it's a safe assumption they do.
Here I am, just floundering about. Spent my whole life hunting our kind, and now I'm learning everything backwards. Thing is with this, I've been thinking real hard about it. And if it means that there is this long-term held history of winters hunting, winters being embraced, and I'm inclined to believe that, well, at least half of the disappearances might not just be disappearances of our family.
you think they might be embraces?
I can fairly guarantee that.
Either accidental or within purpose.
Well, remember what your Paul said. Be wary when hunting monsters that you don't become one.
A short stick on that.
You ain't the only one, cuz. I'm betting half those disappearances are, if not more.
What if... This is a thought. What if we try and reconnect those of the family we got lost in all of that? Those of us that are kindred.
Like what? Some sort of subsect?
Like a creed.
Like the Hakata?
Like the creed we had in life. Winters is always a winters.
Family is family.
Regardless of faction, regardless of clan affiliation. Winters is a winters.
I can get on board with that.
So can I.
And given that this is a family matter, I ain't gotta say nothing to nobody else about it. How do you suggest we go about trying to find our wayward kin and bringing them into this reunion?
Well, let's find a spot. I know that mine I'll look through the archives, actually. Mail some of them out to you, so you all have a little piece of something. The archives had a couple things like this, more so for the living folk. Apparently our history goes back with them, all kinds of different types. We had mages, we had clerics. Just a variety. They met all kinds of critters. Werewolves, Darrow, other things like changeling and hell, all kinds of kindred, Dracula. And the point being, we have places. They've been there. Church that my pa went ahead and gave to me as inheritance. He'd been protecting that place for years, ages. And I ain't know nothing about it. I know nothing till he died, and I took it. So I'm out here and I'm under the impression there's a couple other spots like this.
Potentially. Question. You the only one got eyes on it, or you had somebody watching for you when you can't necessarily be around?
Admittedly, there has been a little bit of back and forth during my time here, trying to help settle the situation.
Yeah.
I gave the information to one other person, no one else.
Right.
Curious as to who.
He's almost reluctant to say it, and he just kind of says, "Name is out. Is Alexandra. She's my coterie mate, and reason I entrusted her to it. She has taken every step she can not to harm anyone that ever crossed her path. And at the same time, I also have a relationship with her.
Is this the Tremere you were mentioning on the way over?
You know, that whole thing about La Sombra being bad for Tremere is, I'm really thinking about it.
Curious, curious.
Definitely. I want to meet her at some point.
You just hear an headlights at you.
I like where your head's at, Artie, but my question goes back to if this is a sanctified place that's been in the family, who else in the family that's still on the other side of this knows about it and might be using it? Or potentially any other such establishment that's been in our family for who knows how many generations.
Fair point.
I mean, hell, great, I think it's 5 times great granddaddy had something like 80 kids. Fathered his last when he was 83.
Man was busy. God damn.
Well, he buried 4 wives. I can't imagine why. Family business being what it is and all. I think that's why Mom and Daddy took out of here and lit out to Eugene, trying to get away from it.
Don't blame them.
At least I think that's what they thought.
I always thought it was just because they were trying to protect you from, well, getting torn to shreds by something supernatural. My
Like I
pa was not so eloquent. As you
No,
know.
no, I am aware, but like I said, I do believe that's why they lit out of here,
That's fair.
trying to keep me out of all of this. Unfortunately, life had other plans, or unlife, whatever you want to call it.
I honestly can't say I remember much. A lot happened in around the night I was embraced, and just I'm still piecing a lot of it together. The fact I even remembered you, Aaron, is just... I don't know, maybe my head got knocked on right a little bit.
Yeah, I'm told, given the nature of your clan, even your memories could be potentially suspect. Audie?
Eh, fair. Mind you, she just kind of looks like a little lost for a moment at the statement. But
That.
yeah,
Right there. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, memory aside. Anyway.
It's my proposal. As I said, I'll go ahead and ship out a little piece of everything to y'all. Keep every one of us in the loop. At least the three of us here.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
You gonna share this archive? I know I ain't gotta worry about her, but she's a lot more technically inclined than I am. And he hands the hand-drawn portrait over to you. Shows it to both Artie and Aaron, but he hands it to you, Aaron. Mind if I give her a crack at helping me look into this?
I don't see why not. You trust her with every fiber of your soul?
She's the only person I can.
Go right the hell ahead.
Well, I was gonna ask the same about Luca, but at the same time...
Just gestures at the building.
Yeah.
Are you sure he doesn't know about this already?
He probably does.
I'm almost
Knowing
100% certain he got cameras all over this joint.
Very
Recording
likely.
every second of this.
As long as I'm near you, that ain't really gonna be a problem.
That's true. Might not even well, I don't know.
I'm told it's all electronics. Audio, visual, candles. Hell, y'all ain't even got reflections.
I don't. You do.
Yes, I do. I'm not La Sombra.
So I
I
gotta
gotta
just
hang
go
a
ahead
man
and say the important
issues. You can't be seen by the technological, and I got anger management issues, and hell, she's a walking.
She's a crazy bitch. Just say it outright.
I was trying to find
Audie.
a more political way of sharing. What do they call that book now?
Christ, you are from Oregon. You're about to say that political correct. You really are from Oregon.
It's not about political correctness. It's about I'm a doctor and I actually have to study this shit. For all I know, she's schizophrenic and hearing shit right now.
I
They
am
just
not
like
that
both
flavor,
look
but
at Artemis.
that is not my flavor.
I apologize. I'm not trying to cast any aspersions. I'm just saying, given the three of us and proclivities of our clans, that we can have any kind of civil conversation is amazing. And if we can bring others into this without creating any trouble or stepping on the toes of the Hakata, as we literally are a family, not just calling ourselves family.
Oh, that'd be interesting if those two were to find out about this.
Now you understand what I'm talking about. We gotta tread lightly, and if you don't absolutely trust any other individual with this information, I wouldn't be passing it along.
Yeah. We'll keep it held close to our chests for the most part. As for meeting place, I think I have one idea. Somewhere a little bit more on the tumultuous side, but only by basis of it being one of those major networks. How about Denver?
I got people in Denver.
Interesting spot. Might work out.
Well, considering everything gets goddamn lost in that airport of theirs.
They blame it all on that horse.
Good old Blue.
You know he killed his sculptor, right?
Pretty sure he killed his sculptor and child of his sculptor.
No,
Lucifer. That's what they call him.
Yes. There's a reason his eyes are glowing red. But I think we can meet in Denver. Got a few folks I know. Think I can put some feelers out in and around the area.
Same here.
Sounds like Denver it is.
You mean
Try and connect up with some folks out there myself. See who it is I can get a lead on, if anyone. Admittedly, I probably won't be. Well, we'll see where I'm at. We'll see where I'm at
Spit
in
it
a
out.
month or so. Elysium's coming up here in Dallas, and there's some things that are probably going to be changing pretty soon. No, I'm not certain what, but it's a little tense here.
I can imagine, and I don't know how long you want us sticking around, but I highly doubt they'd accept my wonderful self into your Elysium.
Understandable.
Ain't never had much call for the Emmys. Them ivory tower bitches. But, as you said, family's family. And a winter's is a winter's regardless.
Exactly.
We gotta watch out for each other. Now, if we go back and we find some of these, any air quotes missing family members from generations. How well entrenched do you think they might be? Particularly given the dividing lines between most factions, not just clans. And he spreads his hands wide, encompassing the house and pointing upstairs to Luca. Our wider family?
Yeah, well, that's a consideration I've always had. What if there was an elder? Nature's long lost to us, forsaked his own name. But if I've known anything, it's that sometimes, oftentimes, we hold on to the human things for as long as we can.
We try.
We think, try. We think we can find it. Appeal to that side. Might just be worth it. You can only know when you encounter the singular person. The individual. As I have with either of you. I didn't know if you come in here and decide to kill me. Or if it would have been the same for me. I banked on the fact that we are family.
Yeah.
You're here, and we're talking.
I am.
So I think
We
that's a start.
And,
I think it's a damn good start.
and the option you led with there is still always an option. However, I prefer to leave that as a last resort and not a open and greet.
Agreed. Agreed.
We
Yeah.
we ain't seen each other in hell, what, 20 years, 30 years? I don't know. I lose track since I've been turned. The memories there are just a bit fuzzy. Hell, we was all kids last time we saw each other. If he was even around, Artie, he was probably in diapers.
I remember him.
Oh, you remember Aaron, of course.
Yeah.
My
Either
family,
my memory's being fucked, or I was too young to remember you.
like I said, if you was around, you was in diapers and not far from it, far out of them. When my family lit out of here, there's one too many close calls. And word got back to Pa that I don't remember if it was your dad, Aaron, or granddaddy that slipped word out to Ma, Pa that they got who dropped?
Specs.
Oh
Damn
yeah,
it.
yeah, Spectre.
No.
Spectre had
No.
accidental drop. There they are.
Okay.
Hey, welcome back.
Now, as I was saying, I don't know if it was your daddy or granddaddy that passed word to Mom and Pop that they heard rumors that somebody fucked up on hunting, and there was a list that was going around, and we were on it.
Oof.
So yeah, there was a reason Mom and Dad left. Not just to keep me out of the hunting and away from them troubles that potentially we were on a list that was to be removed by the people we was hunting. Well, I say people, and some of them look like people, but now we're in that same boat. Hunting families, if they ain't good at what they're doing, don't last long, and even if they are, can't outlast the things we are.
Yeah.
Without some kind of protection from one of us or one of the other things we hunt, and when they decide that we're on the menu, they tend to come in large groups. Unless they're mages, of course. And hell, all you need is one of them. Shit, with any of the wares, that's all you need. You drop one of them in the living room, we all fucked. I don't think Lucas got anything backup that'll keep one of them down long enough for us to all make it out of here in one piece.
Be amazed at what that man has.
I'm sure I would. I'm just saying, regardless of what he has access to, if he drops down right here, ain't much we can do.
Pray.
And it'll be nasty. I'd hate for Holly to be left all alone, because I decided to take a visit to see your cousin. Extended a hand. For all I know, that list is still active and ongoing.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Oh, welcome back.
You had come back automatically.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right. I didn't know how long it would be down, so I went to use the restroom.
Fair.
Hello.
We have been carrying without you. It's fine.
Thank you.
I do apologize.
Artemis is
It's
just
okay.
looking at Aaron like, Aaron, you in there? Just waving her hand in front of his face.
Just having more flashbacks.
Shit, you look more like she is when she does that shit. Only longer.
He's just gonna get a smack upside the head. Ari is. That's
Ari snaps his fingers in front of his face. You awake?
I'm here. I'm here. Just
We got a long road to hoe. If we don't get started soon, this is gonna become more burdensome. The longer we take going about it, the harder it might get.
It's
Agreed.
already one hell of a task.
It is.
well, let's put the pieces together then. Let's figure out a date. I'm gonna go head down to Denver and meet all on up together in a more neutral position. Nobody knows our names, nobody knows our faces.
Hey,
Alright.
From there, I'll go ahead and in the next couple of weeks make sure that you two get some packages in the mail. I'm I got some connections that can network all of that delivery bit to you.
Alright, I look forward to looking through it. Give me something to do when Adriana's being a little picky.
It's a read. It's a read.
Yeah. I'll definitely have to put aside some time to focus on that. And I'll make sure Holly understands. Well, no matter what I tell her, as long as I tell her to do it, she does it. But I'll make sure I've got a extra little friend keeping an eye out.
Yeah, if anything, I have a couple people who can help me out.
I'm not telling him what's going on, but he is going to know at least enough that I need an extra hand security and keep an eye on certain things. And if I'm expecting packages like this, that they wind up in my hands unopened. He's really good at what he does.
That's good. And the last thing is, most importantly, in the meanwhile, how we gonna get in touch with one another? I'm not exactly technologically savvy. If
You see a
anything
light start
happens
to
between
flicker
us-
at the edge of the room.
Oh, damn it.
You mentioned Alexandra?
That's right.
Well, there's
Currently.
also Gerard. I mean, run me by him, I can give him my new number, and he can get a hold of me easy.
Yeah, I can do that. Can do that.
I don't know Gerard. Barely.
And just in case, we can turn to your little girlfriend too. Or is it? Yeah, it's gotta be girlfriend the way the name was. But who knows with this day and age?
Yeah, Lex can get a hold of me pretty easy.
Well, I can give both of y'all my information on Holly. It's getting in touch with you, Aaron. That's going to be the
That's gonna be the fun
difficulty.
one.
I mean, snail mail is always a thing, but Big Brother's always watching and reading, so,
Yeah. And I
I
sure
would-
wish I could just figure out carrier pigeon again. That'd be...
well, I can give you my number, and if you choose to, you can let your friend know. If you need to reach out, or if I need to reach out, I may be getting in touch through her because of your circumstance.
Sounds good. And I'm also gonna go ahead and write down the phone number for Alex's shop. This is a business establishment, so don't leave anything too incriminating. Just say you're looking for winters.
Understood?
You act like I've never done anything like this. I know you don't know my history, I don't know yours, but I do remember the family way. And even in the commune, Mom and Dad kept us on our toes and always watching over our shoulders. Hell, I didn't get any kind of electronics or technology until I went to college.
Damn. At the very least, I knew how to use a cell phone myself.
Right.
You know, when I could.
When I said Mom and Dad moved us to a hippie commune, I meant completely off the grid.
Oh, you poor thing.
Poor thing. Hell, I thought I was the richest kid in the world until I went to college. My childhood was full of fantasies, wonder, and fucking imagination all day long for as long as I could until I had to go to school. And after school was done, I didn't have to worry about homework because, hell, I was top of my class. What homework I did do was done in class or it wasn't done at all.
All right, young prodigy. Let's get on with it.
Where I was going with this is I do have a few people I think I can trust with this that'll help. And I'll give both of you my information and Holly's just in case my phone is bricked now.
Artemis will at least give Ari hers and a way to reach Luca.
I thought I kind of already had a way for that since he was the one that reached out to me. And
Well, she is doubling down on the knowledge because Luca
good.
is Luca.
Okay.
Luca is
But
Luca.
yeah, I'll make sure you both have Holly's number as well as my own. And, well, I'm sure if not, Holly's got a backup and it'll still be the same number because I have a tendency of smashing these things.
Shit, me too. In any case, if either of you find yourself in any trouble, I'm sure you have your own means to look after yourselves. If you need an extra hand, I'm there. You know I will be.
I'll send it out to 911 if it's necessary.
Yeah. Well, don't hesitate with my number either.
Same here.
I got you. Same goes for y'all.
The lights begin to flicker all throughout the room above everyone.
Why don't we step outside and maybe finish nostalgia purposes? I'd hate for Luca to get pissed because his lights went out down here.
Oh yeah, they'll actually break. The whole fixtures, not just the light bulbs, but the fixtures.
Yeah, I think it's time for us to mosey on out. Maybe take in some of this Texas air. It's been so long since I've been back here.
Aaron could also introduce us to his girlfriend.
Girlfriend?
Oh. Christ, I think she might be a little busy tonight, but... Hell, why not? Why not? Why not? We might have a chance.
I showed you mine, you can show me yours.
Aaron has no way to contact Alex. I love simple man problems.
I mean, there's always Luca upstairs.
Oh yeah, that's right. But he said he didn't want to be bothered.
For several
Aaron's
hours.
gonna go bother him. Re-engage that LaSombre Adventure rivalry. Hello, I'm here to bug you.
He said he didn't want to be bothered for several hours.
Oh, he'll be fine.
Ari's going to take a walk outside and see if his phone's working after he gets away from Aaron.
Artemis, are you joining Ari outside for a minute?
Nah, she trailed up behind Aaron, so Luca's not gonna be too pissed.
Yes.
I was wondering if you could give Miss Alexandra a bit of a ring for me.
Come in, Aaron.
He comes in.
Artemis is just trailing behind, looking very amused.
It's always good to see you, Artemis. So, You
You
said
say that like you didn't drive me over here.
No, I did in fact do that. I did in fact. Like I said, thank Aaron for that. This is his whole shindig. And speaking of which, Aaron, I did want to speak with you in private about for a moment.
No shit.
Then I will go join the third stooge. And she's gonna walk out and join Ari.
Don't go too far, please.
Alright.
Stay on the grounds at least.
I'm outside on the front veranda trying to
It's
get a hold of Holly.
outside. What harm can I do just outside the house?
He gives you a knowing look.
She's just gonna blow a kiss at him and leave.
Thank you. So, learn anything?
Well, a lot of things about not a lot that I didn't already had some concepts of from Gerard. Getting more about that little story bit from Artie. What the hell is happening in Edmonton?
Happened, and the details of which would probably take longer than a night to tell.
Fair enough. As for Doctor down there, he's on a different side than I am. Not necessarily in any neutral capacity. But
Yes. That's the important detail that I did want to speak to you in private about. Given the nature of things here in Dallas, I would recommend that they not leave the ranch grounds, period. As, given the nature of how quickly you wanted to interact with your cousins and the nature of family, I pulled a few strings a little too quickly, and therefore they are not exactly officially here.
oh, no introductions. Okay.
They're here for you. I did this as a favor to a dear friend of mine in Artemis and in Gerard, and to you. It wouldn't exactly look well upon me if you were to suddenly have visitors over here at my ranch, or, start parading them around the city.
I'll let them know that they're gonna sit tight here.
Good. Artemis might find that a little bit. I'll have to negotiate with her later.
Did me a major one here, Mr. Von Brewhead.
As you should be well aware, because that is no small feat, my good sir. It did cost a pretty penny, and it's not necessarily the money that it concerns me. It's more that you keep this quiet.
Quiet as a mouse. Quieter.
I was, and your cousin Ari was indeed correct in that I was listening into your conversation through the security cameras until they fritzed. I will be replacing them very shortly.
Sorry about that.
I can already tell you shouldn't trust Artemis. I don't trust her. She's dear to me, and I don't trust her.
Wait.
And given what I know about your family now. Hunters. I'd venture to guess.
It's not exactly a big secret.
No.
Not anymore.
No. Not ever since that I've met a few winters in my time. You're not the first, nor are you the last, I'm sure.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Is Emily yours?
Mine? No. No. I have not yet embraced.
I heard she was Venture.
That is true. She is, in fact, the pride and joy of one Mr. Fisk. An international trades dealer. You might not have run into anything of his from this perspective. He does a lot of trading between Canada and the upper United States.
Good to know. So what is it, Mr. Von Brunhild? I had every intention to keep quiet in the first place.
Good.
I've already agreed to a major boon.
Good.
Because that is what this is.
Yes, indeed. And I will call upon such a deed when I see fit.
Acceptable.
Good. Then we're agreed.
Can I get something from you?
Of course. I'm at your disposal.
You say you don't trust Artie.
It's a complicated matter.
Would you protect her?
I would.
Aaron looks at him. He's trying to search for a lie inside Von Brunhild's eyes for a moment. He's pondering their circumstance and their situation, and specifically remembers that Artie trusted him with something that's foundationally imperative as those records. Like, something that could incriminate to final death. And he just slowly nods. Shuts his eyes and slowly nods.
That includes from others like you.
I believe you.
I don't make it a habit to lie.
I lost something.
Lost something.
I lost something a couple weeks back. A memory. Very dear one. A piece of myself that I can't get back ever again.
That kind of loss is troublesome.
It is. And I don't intend to ever lose something like that again. What that piece was, that was a piece of family. It was due to my negligence. And I looked at that situation and I came to the conclusion that I have a job.
To protect your family. To refrain from being negligent again.
I always get the job done, Mr. Von Broomhild. That's the last damn thing I can do.
Then that is an understanding we share. Preventing one's negligence for the future is a strong motivator.
Oh.
Oh no.
Ah!
It was so good, and then okay, I'm not the only one. Cool.
No, you weren't.
Mm-mm.
Cheaper.
Am I back?
Thank you.
Yep, there goes string.
Yep.
Bye. At least we got the local recording.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Am I back?
Welcome back.
Okay,
Yes. Welcome back.
cool. Luca was just saying that that is a sentiment that he shares to avoid negligence.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that being said, we are in agreement. I shall call for a boon at such a time that I see fit. And, well, your family is free to peruse the ranch grounds as much as they would like and make themselves at home, till such a time that I could fly them back to their homes. Which would probably only be a couple of days, actually. After Elysium, I think.
Probably safe bet.
Don't want to rouse suspicion, after all. Twice in one night on my private jet is one thing. I do have to report to air traffic control, and they don't often skip on the logging of things.
Fair enough.
A word
Make
of
sure to
advice.
keep them.
Don't own a company.
Do I look like someone who could?
Give it enough time, possibly. Just take my advice. It's a lot more trouble than it's worth sometimes.
Understood, Mr. Von Broomhild.
Just Luca.
Understood, Luca.
You're welcome to stay if you would like as well. Just try not to eat all my cows.
I think your light fixtures ain't gonna be agreeing with me too much longer, so I'll get out of your hair before they blow out. It'll be a bit of an expensive change.
It's not it. It's not just. I've done so before. This whole place has been remodeled several times.
It's expensive for me.
Good thing I'm not asking you for money now, am I?
I'm gonna say my last goodbyes, but I do have some things I gotta do for my coterie tonight.
Have a pleasant evening.
You too, Mr. Von Broomhild. I'll be speaking with you soon. Aaron is going to go back down to Artemis and Ari. He's gonna bring him together by throwing his arms over their shoulders and just like huddling them.
Hmm.
It's good to meet you, cousins.
Let me guess. He says no to the whole entire us exploring the city.
Yeah, well, Prince
He did say
Warsy's
there might be. He did mention there might be a little bit of trouble. Ah, well, maybe next time.
Yeah.
As you finish saying this, he says, and let me guess, he was listening in until your fuckery did its thing. Right, Aaron?
Right down to the note.
And as you say
Yep.
that, he's going to look into your eyes and use Oblivion Sight. Give you the idea that, well, he may be on the other side of things from where you stand in clan. Y'all may not be as far apart as you think.
Aaron just... He looks into Ari's inky black eyes. He has this moment of understanding. He thinks back to Artemis, and how she explained that she walked through the void. And he just starts laughing. Yeah. Winters is a winters, and we're all fucking cursed.
And I think that is a good place for us to call the session for tonight.
Aw.
Sorry we didn't get any breaks to anybody, but
You know what? Worth it.
but you know, we have a whole VOD, and well, we didn't take breaks because the stream took breaks on itself.
It's true.
But it does mean that next time is going to be the Elysium that decides it all. So, depending how many episodes Elysium takes, that is potentially the last 1 or 2 sessions of the entire Chronicle. Hey!
Very good session.
Very good session. I enjoyed.
Did everything.
Love that.
Thank you for the invitation.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, and thank you to Mojo and to Ravenstar for their guest appearances for tonight's session. And as a special gift to my cast members who are here today, my 3 cast members, who all get their 1 experience for showing up, they also get to play vote on which cast member also took place in the roleplay prompts for tonight. So, let's talk about them roleplay prompts. Obviously, one of them is our lovely audience and their vote as to who is the audience's favorite. Obviously, we did a lot of focusing on Aaron, but, you know, we had Shriek and we had Mox here as well. So, you can vote for them too, because whatever reason. But the other roleplay prompts are decided by my cast, and so, who moved plot today? Was there any plot moving?
Can I throw my hat in the ring?
You can definitely throw your hat in there.
I feel like it's cheating, because it's like every scene was just mostly shit that Aaron was like, can we just do things?
Well, unless Derek has some kind of counter to that.
I will say it right now. All 3 categories, I'm giving the specs.
Oh.
Yep.
I mean, this is the clean sweep.
Oh god.
Well,
Oh no.
Mox, do
The
you agree?
pressure.
I completely agree.
Oh god.
Raven, Mojo?
The only thing that I would have any counter argument to with anything was the scene downstairs with Alex trying to feed Colette, with Aaron holding on to Colette. But that's my only counter argument. But if the rest of the cast is giving you the clean sweep, I'll join in.
I'll give it the specs. Clean
Look,
sweep.
it could be worse. Okay, you could end up saying that the debate was for line of the night because all of a sudden we ended up having this bit where we were giving
Anything in that basement could have gone to Shriek for line.
The
Yeah.
whole BDSM theme that Shriek came into this with, and I can't pick a single one of those because I was laughing my ass off the whole time.
That is my
Same.
argument.
For Aaron, though, the one line for Aaron that really stole it for me was, "Well, I do like cake." Which you can't even eat.
You want
Like
to
I
have
said,
your
if
cake and
the two of
eat
y'all
it
are-
too.
Yeah,
Well,
so
I do like cake. That's just such a brain dead response. It's funny.
But
Look, Aaron is
Aaron.
such a Giga Chad himbo.
He's a simple man. I just wanted to play a simple man, and I'm playing him.
And you're loving him every minute.
Oh, he's funny.
He has strong Benji energy too.
I do want to argue line for the night BDSM dungeon to Shriek, because that shit that was hard.
Look.
I couldn't
Part of the fun of Shriek more than anything is just on the fact that I get to end up going off with random associative thoughts in my head.
Look, you get to be the Chaos Gremlin with Shriek. You don't often get to be the Chaos Gremlin.
Shriek is literally Derek's version of a Chaos Gremlin.
I love him for
Yeah.
that. I love him for that because he's the one character you kind of let loose with.
Well, usually I play the straight man, right? Because
Yeah.
everybody else is playing like fairly zany characters or out
true.
there or what have you. So I
true.
got to play the grounded one, And this
Yeah,
is
yeah,
for
yeah.
once the roles were reversed.
Yeah. The fairly grounded one is the Tremere. Next to being the Lasombra, the third being the Nosferatu. Also, Aaron, I think you're pretty much clean sweeping the audience favorite too. Unless somebody starts...
Aaron
Unless-
gets the clean sweep. I'm just going to say it now. Aaron gets the clean sweep.
it is a clean sweep.
Oh my god.
We all love Aaron. Aaron
do.
is he's perfect.
We do.
Yay.
It's perfect. I love him. I love him.
They tolerate me. They really tolerate me.
Him and Luca is
but
just...
Specs, I was
Great.
this close. I was trying to end up seeing if I can nudge Coffee for one bit of a scene. But I couldn't.
What is it? You have to voice it out so that we can have it first thing tomorrow.
Ant.
Next session.
Ant,
And
crew's gone.
Because there's one Winters that didn't show up.
oh, you're right. We should have. I thought about poking you about that, and that's kind of why Artemis just said like, I have people who can probably help me. Oh God, we should have.
Well,
I mean,
no,
there's
no,
plenty of Winters out there.
Yeah.
No. Specifically, I had this scene in mind, but I'm pretty sure, I don't know, I didn't want to end up doing too much. Because I don't want to edit what Coffee and Specs did here. Because you know me, just give me the elements on the board and I can free associate all day, right?
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Who's to say it won't happen though? We have endings coming up, guys.
oh my goodness.
I'm
That
interested
was
to see how this
probably
ends.
one of the funnest ways we've been able to connect our shared world of darkness ever. That was
That
great.
was awesome.
Very nice.
I must thank you,
Connected Eugene,
Specs,
and Dr.
for-
Wells.
I must thank you, Specs, for the invitation because this is the first time I've been
Yes.
back to this table in a year and a half.
Spectre put
Yay.
this Artemis RE Aaron scene together more
Yeah.
or less. I kind of just let you have the reins with it because this was the thing you wanted to have happen. So
All I get from Specs is all of a sudden it's me, Specs, Mojo, and Coffee in a group chat. And Specs is like, we gotta have a Winters family reunion.
yes.
Yes, let's do it.
Yes.
Getting back into Artie's skin? Fuck yes.
Save
And
it.
it's kind of fun to be Luca in the overhang, just kind of chilling out, just being like, this is information I didn't know before.
He's like, oh my god, there's more of them.
And the things that he knows about things in Edmonton.
Luca's just terrified because there's more. There's more of them.
There's more of them. And more of them are kindred.
And they're collecting.
I'm just leaving that at that, Raven.
Fuck you. That's gonna lose kids now.
Oh my god. I love this. I love the idea of the Winters being a through line for all of these games. There's so many of them. I just noticed that like, it started with me noticing that Ari and Artemis were both Winters, and I'm like, hold on. And so I made Aaron just to fuck with it.
And somehow, for some reason, all three of them have the A name.
No.
So now I've got to do something stupid and something different for Spectre's upcoming Sabat game.
It's another
Woo!
way
Where I am-
showing up.
I have a theory.
I am renaming my Ravnos. I ran a different game. It was an NPC character anyway, so I can retool him as much as I like.
There you go, Coffee.
But it is going to be Isaac Winters.
God damn
Sabat.
it. Another fucking Winters. Jesus
Yes.
Christ.
I love this idea. I love the idea that the Winters family is a prolific hunting family. Like supernatural hunters, and they just like half of them get embraced or turned into lupines or some shit. They all just are like,
And the
family
other half
disappearances.
just die as a result of their huntings.
The
Turns
family
out
curse.
that out of the entire family, not a single family member has died as a human being. It's not a matter if, it's a matter of when.
When?
Yeah,
Some of them have
Yep.
died.
Yep.
Some of them are like 1,000 years old, but
Yeah, right?
None of them have died of natural causes.
No. It's either been brutal or it's been embraces and then brutal.
Mox! Oh,
You're
that's
welcome.
a beautiful theory.
You are welcome. Because it would make so much sense, especially if they keep
It
getting turned
would.
into kindred.
Yes.
I'm gasping. I'm
That's
fucking
the-
gasping at what Derek sent me.
That was the theory
Yeah.
I was going with from
Derek,
the
did you
start
send them
of
the
this.
same thing you sent me?
yep.
Yeah,
And me?
yeah.
Yep.
That's why I said fuck you.
Oh my god, yes.
It just feels like a play that would have just makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
It just feels like a play that makes sense.
In which case, you all should go and watch all of the other episodes of everything else in this shared universe here, because it really should just be something that you should watch, including on YouTube, because I have YouTube. I don't know if Spectre's posting on YouTube. Derek posts on YouTube. You should go
Derek
watch our
needs to
shit.
get back.
You should, but
Derek needs
Derek
to up.
needs to get
you
back
need to
into
update YouTube, yes. But yeah, we do things live here on Twitch. I am sorry for all the disconnects that my internet seems to have. It seems every time I stream, so I'm gonna be making sure that I'm on top of that and resetting stuff before I can even get online, because that shouldn't be happening. But I do have local VODs that I've been starting to record, and since there's so many parts on the YouTube or on the Twitch VOD, I think I'm just going to straight upload a VOD to Twitch. That way, Twitch has it all in one VOD too, and you guys can watch that here, and then it'll go up on YouTube in a week, and you'll have content to watch while I sadly am going to be away on vacation. I'm not going to be here next week, so the Elysium, however, is going to be taking place that following week, and we will likely be concluding the campaign at that time. So either that episode or the episode following. So keep an eye out for that. And there will be no Rebirth this Saturday, as I will be away as well, because I'm taking a week-long vacation, brothers.
Wow.
So while they're 3 recrafting in Discord, we're going to say goodnight, everyone, and find somebody to raid. Until then...
You know it's a good one when your players are theory crafting behind the scenes.
Exactly. Exactly. And Edmonton, personally, was one of my favorites to play. So, this is why Gerard's back in one of my campaigns.
Yeah. It was one of my favorites, too.
So,
For many reasons.
yes, we do like Derek's campaigns. You should follow Derek. Shout out to Derek.
Let me get my mouse working.
Give him a quick shout out there, Raven. But let's find a raid, and we will say goodnight for now. So until we see you all in a week's time.
Audie! Why you never calling me? I've been wondering. I'm all sitting back here all dried up and you just end up having the time. What's going on out there? What do you mean you flown off to the United States again? You can't pick me up a pack of caramels at least? I mean, come on, girl. Don't leave the old hag hanging.
God damn it, Viv.
Next time, everyone.